Hey guys, welcome. Hi Kylon. Yes, we're playing Death Stranding today. It's been a while. I kind of forgot a little bit about Death Stranding while I was in the middle of all my Nike stuff. But yeah, today we're gonna be doing some Death Stranding. We're not going to stream too long today. Today's gonna be a shorter stream, about 4 to 6 hours, give or take. Yeah, gonna be a more relaxed stream. Give me a second while I launch the game real quick. There we go. Okay, the game is running behind me. Let me... Hang on. Okay, hang on, what's that? Intel XeSS2 graphics settings. Intel what now? AMD FX. Change background tips displayed on loading screen. Oh, I'm surprised they're still updating this game. Oh. It's been a couple of weeks since I played. 3 weeks in fact. Oh well. Oh well. Let me come here and find my subtitle. Where's my subtitle? There we go. Frozen delivery service. 4 to 6 hours is short. Yeah, it is short. Short-ish. Short-ish compared to how long I usually go. Just a little short-ish. By the way, how you doing, Kylon? Oh yeah, new update. Yeah, there's a new update. Apparently, it's mainly options and graphic updates and stuff. Apparently, I thought when I was reading the patch notes just now, they didn't mention any content updates, so I'm guessing, yeah, no real changes. How are you doing, Kylon? Hope you're doing okay. I wanted to do a YouTube stream today. I've been playing so much Nike. Playing and streaming Nike on Twitch mainly. Because I wanted to be more like a... I just feel like streaming today's Nike. Oh well, Team Pride win. Cheers. Give me coffee. Yeah. One thing I'm wondering about this, why do I always create EX grenade number 0? EX grenade number 0 is supposed to be a related to spending time in the rain. I don't know why or how it keeps, you know, giving us more EX grenade 0. Even though I'm fairly certain that I did the shower before I stopped playing last time. Strange. Well, my stomach hasn't been feeling good all week. Stomach been feeling a little bit upset. I've actually been wanting to do a fancy stream this week, but it's hard to feel sexy and horny when my stomach doesn't feel good. Saw a bit of those marathon streams of Nike, yeah. I streamed Nike somewhere yesterday and I did not do a marathon Nike stream yesterday. It was just, what was it, 6 hours long? That's short-ish for Nike anyway so far. Every time I've been playing Nike, I've been playing for like 8 hours plus. Because I'm trying to make my way through all the content. Oh, by the way, Kyle, I watched a video just earlier before starting the stream made by the Space Dog guys, where they go over all of the ships from Star Trek Picard. For anyone who doesn't know, I finished watching Star Trek Picard Season 3 this week, and yeah, Star Trek Picard Season 3 had basically it was basically STL. The first half of Star Trek Season 3 was BS, hang on, was bullshit Zoomer writing, but the second half of Star Trek Season 3 was just all STL. Completely STL. Everything about the plot was very reminiscent of the kind of things that would happen in Star Trek Online. And there were so many ships from Star Trek Online. When you said that Kylan and I was watching it, Kylan was talking about how there were ships from Star Trek Online, and I didn't realize just how many damn ships were from Star Trek Online. and it's like the actual models from the show were used in Star Trek Picard season 3. And now I'm wondering whether or not the studio just made new CG models based off of the Star Trek Online designs, or if they actually took the models from Star Trek Online and put it into the show. Because I think of all the ships in the climactic final battle, two-thirds of the ships in the fleet were Star Trek Online ships. And I was like, okay, I didn't realize that there were that many Star Trek Online ships in the final battle. You have to make new designs. Their still ones are too low poly. Okay, I guess I can understand that they had to make new CG models, but yeah, they're all STL ships. They had the STL Akira, they had the STL Galaxy, they had the STL, well, Odyssey, which is the Enterprise F. They had the STL Miranda class, they had the STL Nebula class, they had the STL what else? They had there was something else they had. They had the STL Nebula, STL Miranda, STL Akira, STL Galaxy. There was something else they had there. Right, they had a reused model or a reused ship from somewhere that was used as the transporter for the Shrek. But yeah, the Odyssey class for like 5 seconds. Yeah, but they also had the STL updated Nebula and the STL updated Miranda as well. Which I believe we see like little snapshots of it, or like the ass of it in certain scenes. They had there was something I miss. They had the Steam Runner, right? They had the updated Steam Runner, they had the updated there was something else. They had one last thing. Excelsior 2. Oh yeah, the Excelsior 2 as well. Ross class, yeah. Yeah, but well, most people know the Ross class as the updated Galaxy class. Well, I mean, anybody who played Star Trek Online would know the Ross class is the updated Galaxy class. But yeah, it's that's why I call it the updated Galaxy class, or STL Galaxy, to make things obvious for anyone who did not play Star Trek Online. Inquiry class. The Inquiry class was a new design. It was something. Right. Okay. They had the Gagarin class, which is an updated ship from STD. Okay, well, here, this is a bit weird. The Gagarin from STD was technically a a different class, but that class got ported into the STL game as the Gagarin class, and then the Gagarin class was taken from STL and put back into Star Trek Picard as the Gagarin class. That okay, that was yeah, that was a silly lineage from STD USS Gagarin, which was a different ship, ported into STL as the Gagarin class, given a slight redesign, and then the redesign was ported back into Star Trek canon from STL as the Gagarin class in Picard season 3. Yeah, like what? They straight up lifted the designs from STL. It's not just homage anymore. I'm fairly certain the guys in Picard were like, we need new ships, and someone was like, I played Star Trek Online, there are plenty of new ships there, and the guys, the production crew for Picard was like, perfect, we'll take them all. So many damn STO ships. It's crazy. I mean, I know that STL is STL is basically a holdout of really die-hard Star Trek fans, but still, it's crazy how many STL ships made it into Star Trek canon through Picard. Which designs you want to license? Yes. Yeah. Well, technically anything produced for STL was produced under a license obtained from CBS anyway, so technically CBS could get the license. I'm not sure about the royalties, but yeah. He smiles, knowing that all those STL designs the biggest surprise to me is the fact that Star Trek Picard Season 3 technically had the Reliant class, which is a STL redesign of the Miranda. You see it in Space Dock, and you see it as part of the Federation fleet at the end. It was actually there. The Reliant class is an STL update to Miranda that was introduced, well, I would say relatively recently, because it was one of the last updates that was created for the game before I stopped playing. Everyone was happy to get the updated Miranda class in STL because everyone loves Khan. And of course, when was it Cryptic Studios? Yeah, Cryptic Studios, the developers for Star Trek Online, were doing the developer commentary for the updated Miranda. Of course, they quoted Khan from Wrath of Khan so many times while talking about the ship. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun seeing all those STL. It's making me want to play STL again, and I probably would play it if it weren't for the fact that I just started playing Nike. So Nike takes precedence because I already started it. Sorry, STL. I'm busy playing Nike. The Wicked Die Young. Huh? What's this? Neon Demon. Compulsive music for Drive, showcasing the death. I haven't seen any of these films sure to be swept up by the vision on display here. What? Another arty-farty movie? So many of these weird movies that Hideo Kojima reference in this game. You know, I have a feeling that part of the reason why I have so low energy is because I haven't been doing all of the exercises I should be doing. So I was actually thinking of skipping stream today and doing some exercises, but I was like, I haven't streamed on YouTube today, and I'm like, I need to stream on YouTube. And here I am. Now let me just double check before I head out. Do I need to grab a new? You know what? We'll wait until it drops below 10%. Should still be good to use for now. Only replace our rain count when it drops below 10%. Hey, let's go, chat. Let's go. We need to make some progress.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Verifying ID.
Wow.
Clear. Weapons detected.
A bunch of people have been using all my stuff.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Climbing anchor ruined, ladder ruined. Ah, that's fine. I don't care about it. Okay, let me check. Rank. Do I not have any rank rewards to claim? I do not. Did it time out? It timed out, didn't I? My rank rewards timed out. Ranked orders? Did all my ranked rewards time out? They timed out, didn't it? Fuck! They really should extend the date at which we are allowed to claim time with ranked rewards. You know, after the ranking stuff is over, we only have what, 2 weeks to claim it, and I keep forgetting to claim the rank rewards. Fuck. God damn it. Training deliveries. Easily see you can complete deliveries shorter time. Include bands. Can't even claim the banners for completing those rank rewards because fucking I'm annoyed, chat. I'm annoyed. What's my remaining levels of? I wanted to get ceramics because I'm about to use up a whole ton of ceramics to complete my roads. Oh well. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not gonna think about it. Not gonna think about it. I'll just have to heal. Give me all those likes. 6,000 of those likes are from you? Probably. You always give me lots of likes. Right, so let's do this order, shall we? Auto and antibiotic delivery to the mountaineer. Do we have to go through the what you call the graveyard? We have to go through what you call a graveyard, don't we? I have to worry about this. Oh, except what I'll be back in a few hours. Have fun. Alright. This is gonna be a difficult delivery, I have a feeling. Look at the terrain. Ugh. I'm not gonna be able to take a truck out there, so I'm probably gonna have to take a bike. Maybe use one of the bikes that I have stored here. Let's see. Any bikes I can use? Hang on, I think I need to grab my stuff from the back of the truck first. Load that onto the bot first.
Order assigned.
Wait. Ah, goddammit, my truck is in here. Hang on. Garage. Retrieve the truck first.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Eh? The truck doesn't have anything? I thought I left all the stuff in the truck. I guess not. Yeah, good luck with whatever it is you're doing, Kylon. I'll see you later. Well, in that case, we'll just switch from truck over to this motherfucker's ride type bike. Let's go.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Right. Now, I need to grab my equipment. 3 ladders, 2 PPCs, and a climbing anchor. Alright. Equipment check. Armor plates are good. Sticky gun is good. Handgun, bola gun, not lethal. Grenade pouch. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's good. That's good. This blood bag is low, so we will recycle that blood bag. No point in keeping on that blood bag anymore. Recycle this for me, please. Thank you. And I have a locker. Give me that blood bag. Thank you. Right.
Thank you for your
Now my
contribution.
equipment. I'm going to store most of my equipment on the bot. There we go. I wonder why the bot looks rusty. bot got repaired, didn't it? Yeah, the ability of the bot is 100. Why is the bot rusty? Oh. Time to mount our champ. Let's see here. We will mark that as never hide. And let's go.
Beginning travels. Have a pleasant journey. Good morning.
In all since I played. I don't know how to play this again. Chemicals, huh? Ah, damn. That snow is gonna be a problem. Bot, check this. Right, let's get out of here. Okay, we're gonna try to rest here. We are going to build a where's my PP? Right, the PPC's on the hang on. And what did I just grab from the bot? Load that onto the bot. Bot, give me one of my PPCs. Right. And we are going to build a timefall shelter. Right here. And the reason why we're building it here is so that we can rest and use this area to, well, use this area to hopefully wait out the storm. Let's see here. Right, in 20 minutes we'll have clear skies. I'll eventually want to upgrade this, but
Construction.
we'll upgrade this later. Hang on. Let me carry all of this. I don't want the bot to cause all my shit to break. There we go. Right. It's past time in the shelter. And clear skies. Right? This is why I use the weather good luck thing attachment on my backpack, because when we rest we have a chance of clearing the weather. It's actually really handy. Okay, everyone, cheers. Now we can explore this entire region without worrying about bad guys fucking us in the ass. Right, let me just load this onto the trike. Right, round up. Let's go. This resting place doesn't really help much. here? Anything? Can I pick it up without getting out the bike? No, I have to get out the bike, really? Well, fuck you then. Let me see what else is available. See some chemicals. Wait, no, I don't want a bullet gun. Wait, what? Where's my sticky gun? Did I accidentally put my sticky gun? I did. I accidentally put my sticky gun on my bike. Sticky gun. Come here. There you go. Hang on, I just realized something. Did I forget to change my skeleton? Fuck, I forgot to change my skeleton. It's getting really chilly. Okay, maybe since I was able to wait out the snowstorm, maybe the speed skeleton will have one more chip in it. Hopefully it has one more chip in it. Let me see. Bunch of ceramics. A whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Excuse me. My nose. My nose feels weird. Oh, I'm not getting a flu. Someone's hematics. Some metals. Actually, we don't need metals, all we need is ceramics, so we'll only go for the ceramics. I can't read that. God, it's hard to see and read this shit in a when everything has a white background. Load all these onto the bot. I'm eventually gonna send the bot back to drop off the loot. No. Fuck. Come here. Can't see shit. Please. Anything else we need? No. Okay, what? I'm going to deliver to someone called the Mountaineer. Is that why his house is all the way up there? Oh god. Well, I'll build this. Thank you for building this, Mist Fang. Miss Fang.
I ain't the same without you.
Okay, let's go. Lake Knot City, robotics, ceramics, all those ceramics. Give me that. Alright, this is where we say goodbye to the bot. And I'm gonna send the bot back with all the loot I just picked up. Thank you for this, by the way. I appreciate this. Right. Before we send the bot back, I'm just gonna collect whatever ceramic I can see around here. Come on. Those are metals. Wasn't there ceramics around here? Oh, did it say? Mistaken. I was mistaken. The ceramics are over there. 400 metals. We'll take it. Why not? 400 metals is worth taking home. There's one more ceramic for us to grab. Let's see over there. Can I reach it? Shit, I might not be able to reach it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ugh. Okay. Yes, it did. Okay. Okay, party bar. Buddy bot, let me access your fucking inventory. God damn! Okay. Let's see here. These need to be returned. This is going to Buddy bot? Why? And okay, Buddy bot. Please. Head back. She should head back to Mountain Knot City because Mountain Knot City is the closest home base. Yeah, so off you go, buddy bye. I'll see you later. How do I get up this mountain? Do I drive around or do I try to go over? Looking at the terrain, it's gonna be difficult to scale it. We might have to go around, I think. Let's try to go around. Ah, damn rain. Where's the rain? Okay, it's the rain covering the route back hasn't started yet. This is just slight amount of snow in the direction I'm heading in, but it's fine. I'm not gonna go too deep into the snowstorm. I'm eventually going to turn around and head back this way. There we go. There it is. Come on. Come on. Oh god damn it. Hang on. Come here. Okay. Special ally. Oh, that's quite a lot actually. I'll go and grab it. The weather is crazy up here. Come on. Why the hell do you live all the way up here? Motherfucker. Ooh, another special alloy. I'm gonna get that first.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Can you see that? Oh. Right. What? Now that I'm looking at this place, what the fuck is up with this place? Looks like a fucking pigsty. Oh, there's even more special alloys over there. Hang on. Let me go grab that. Special alloy. Yeah, special alloy.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Come to daddy. Alright.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Alright.
Fragile express ID
Ah.
verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Cargo verified.
Here we are. IP Deliveries. Hello? Anyone home? Hello? Mr. Mountaineer. Someone ordered antibiotics.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you. I gave her the medicine.
What? Just like that? Thank you, I gave her the medicine. What, really? You don't trust me yet? Motherfucker.
She says she's feeling better already. But I'm not kidding myself. Even if they did work that fast, the doctor says she needs a lot more than antibiotics. She's carrying our child. I want her looked at as soon as possible. Please, I need you to go to the doctor for me. He's got some kind of machine. Thinks it might help.
Oh?
I I couldn't make out the details. Damn connection kept dropping out. But someone needs to go and fetch it. Take anything you need from that shelf. Hell, just take all of it.
Okay.
New order
What shelf?
available. Please access delivery terminal.
I don't know what you mean by that shelf, but oh well. Delivery time limit 60 minutes? Shit. Okay. Over the snowy mountain area. How fragile is this cargo? Remote medicinal terminal. Transmit massive amounts of data. Bioprinter. Supplies, huh? Oh wow, there's a lot of nice supplies that you're giving me there. Try to avoid vibration and impact. Should be fine putting on a bike, right? I'm sure I'll be fine. Unless they really want me to use that fucking floating carrier. Yeah, annoying, but oh. I involves heavy load completely on foot, my. Yeah.
The client's requested that you complete this order as soon as possible. In other words, speed will determine your eval. Keep in mind, however, that when operating outside network coverage, you won't be able to fabricate additional items. You'll need to choose carefully from the equipment provided by the client. Now, the clock won't start until you set out. So, take your time to get your gear in order before you do.
Okay, so, these PPC-2s, load that onto the bike. Everything else, put into private locker. Put these. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. I want to put these onto the bike. Can I put that onto the bike? Yes, I can. Access call will upload it. Okay, fine. How much access call was offloaded? Only at climbing and go. Okay. Carry that on my back. Carry this on my back. And okay, so this is what we're gonna do, chat. We're going to rush back, drop this off at mountain because the mountain is near on the way to the doctor. So yeah. Okay, time to run.
Sam, in light of the patient's condition, I've gone ahead and put a time limit on this order. You can still deliver the cargo after it runs out, but I want you to move hell and earth to get there before it does. I know we keep piling things on you, but your BB unit can wait a little longer. And besides, beefing up the chiral network there should help it get better faster.
Yep. Working on it. Hi, Lucky. Welcome. And I have to hurry over to the doctor. How was 7 days with Cass? Hope you guys had a good time. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Okay. Oh god damn it. Come on, jump! Get off the fucking rock! Come on. Okay, hang on. I need to grab this. Oops. Whoever that belongs to is going to get some partially destroyed. cargo, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, I can't pick up all of those. We don't have time. We don't have time. We don't have time. We do not have time. Do not have fucking time. Right. Come on. This is a cat girl I ordered. It's just a female cat. Ah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not my responsibility anyway. I'm just a delivery guy. You died to a screamer during... You died to a screamer, someone on... Aww. Well, okay, hang on. I need to do something real quick. Buddy bot, switch to follow mode. See what happens if I switch to follow mode while it's... They're going to grab the stuff? It does grab the stuff, right? Over here, buddy bot. Oh, I hope you didn't lose too much due to dying to the screen alert. Alright, I need to deliver lost cargo. All this junk. Wait, hang on, it's going to someone. I'll share the memory chip data later. I just need to get rid of all this stuff that belongs to someone else. And now that since I saw that you're here, I assume Cass finished 7 days stream already. I was lurking. See if there's anyone else I want to lurk for. In the meantime, I'm gonna lurk for this person. Right. Someone lost their sticky gun. I'm not entirely sure if he tossed it because he was running out of ammo, but oh well, I'm returning it anyway. Alright. No. Reverse strike. Special alloy. Place in locker. All of these. Place in locker. All of these. Let's put onto the bike. What was being carried by the buddy bot? All of this. Except the metals. Put it onto the locker. This. Carry my back because we're gonna use this soon. And right, this. Put that in a locker and I need a PPC-1. Fabricate a PPC-1 for me, please. Thank you. Put it on the bike? Okay. Takes time with good food. And lost some wellness as well as XP. Oh, okay. Well, if it's just stuff you can get with food, then it's not the worst, I guess. Body scanner, body equipment. Deliver that for me. Deliver that for me. Going to sortie 2 bots. Right. Let's go.
Be safe traveling this morning. Have a pleasant journey.
Let's see. Did I set up a thing, a shortcut thing to get to the doctor? I don't think I did. We'll just right there. It's easy.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Sam,
Yes.
access the delivery terminal.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Alright. I'm here with delivery terminal. Happy deliveries.
The Mountaineer just contacted me. The treatment I prescribed isn't working. We need to act fast. I hope the antibiotics would alleviate
I'm going
worst
to
of the
take
symptoms, but it looks like
some
we're past
coffee
that
for this.
stage.
Green
An
voucher.
infection like
Yes.
this so late in the pregnancy can cause any number of complications. Even if she survives, there is a risk she could suffer brain damage, even brain death.
Wait, what kind
Now,
of sickness
I
is
need
this?
you to deliver this prototype bioprinter and remote medical terminal to the Mountaineer.
Good coffee, okay.
If you
That
can connect
lady
them to
does
me
not
via the
say
chiral
a
network,
single word.
I can use this equipment to diagnose the patient's condition and provide treatment. The terminal will allow them to transmit their genetic code, with which I can formulate a DNA vaccine for printing. At
What?
present, only vaccines
You can print
utilizing
that?
viruses and other non-living components can be generated in this fashion, but future advancements may free us of this limitation. It should go without saying, but this is delicate equipment. Don't break it, whatever you do. Oh,
Okay.
and thank you.
Delico, come in, you say? Hi, carry them both on my back. Let's go. Hopefully being carried on my back would not be counted as jostling it.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'm sure this is counted jostling it, right? My back, my body had some cushioning to it, right? Right? Sure, right? Also, I just realized I've got to do something. Hang on. I need to come back here and grab something.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I need to recycle my space skeleton. This thing is about to break. Recycle this for me, please. Thank you. Trying to get a sickness to horny. I know they just tell the victim. Oh no! Oh no! Don't worry. If she is infected with the horny, I have a cure right here. Guaranteed to mitigate in symptoms of the horny. Sadly, it's only temporary, but oh well. Better than nothing, right? Right. Switch for all-terrain skeleton. Equip it. Thank you. Right, now I have an all-terrain skeleton equipped. Right,
Thank you for your contribution.
now let's go. Fucking. Hang on, something over to check. What do I need to upgrade this? Metals and car crystals, okay. Let's go.
Pleasant journey.
Wait for top up and go. Okay, before we continue, I need to come here and upgrade this. Structure menu. Upgrade this for me, please. While that thing's upgrading, check the weather forecast. Okay, we have 10 minutes before the snowstorm comes back. We have to get to the client before the snowstorm gets here.
Structure upgraded.
Right, customize structure. Fuck music. We don't want music, we want something else. Roboticist has a son. I didn't know that. Who's the engineer? There we go. Junji Ito can welcome anyone who uses my resting spot. Right, now we go. See all those stuff over there I can't grab for now? Oh, we have to go. The storm might be coming back soon. Visibility is starting to drop. Let's hurry. Top up and let's go. Have a height. Who the hell was that? What the hell said that? Did you hear that? Who? Huh? I'm not hearing things right. Someone said that. There's something to talking. Yeah, someone said something. Oh, strange. But when I scanned, I didn't see anyone. That was very strange. Cass is slurping. Put it in your ear too. What's Cass eating? Right. Come on. I don't know what Cass is having. What's Cass eating? RP Deliveries!
Scanning bridge design. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Here's your medical equipment. You should find that it's not damaged in the slightest.
Delivering cargo.
You're here. Oh, thank God. She's barely holding on. It's a good thing you hurried.
Trying to please. Interesting pathway I took. I'm going to have to build a zipline network to get back here, I think. Thank you for the likes.
The doctor said we need a chiral connection for this to work. So, hook us up. We'll join the UCA, whatever it takes. Go ahead.
Garlic toast with spaghetti sauce, egg, and cheese. You don't get white egg. Wait, what type of spaghetti sauce? Is it cream base or tomato based spaghetti sauce? Tomato. Yeah, that sounds a bit weird. Tomato based spaghetti sauce with egg? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. There's the Bitches Boots 3. Wait, Power Gloves? Power Glove Silver? What is that? Canadians, shrug.
Doctor?
Okay, I'll activate the terminal from my end. Just a moment. Everything's going to be all right. With this device, I can examine her as if I were actually there. The manipulators on the terminal perfectly reflect my movements here. And with the bioprinter, I can provide a custom-made vaccine. It's just a shame my better half hasn't had a chance to build any more of these things. You're looking at the only ones we have. Don't worry, though. We'll do everything we can to ensure your child is safely delivered.
Oh, thank you. This is incredible.
You should thank him. The network he's helping to build is going to change the face of medicine forever. All right. Let's have a look at you.
You've brought us the next best thing to a live-in, Dr. Sam. Thank you so much.
Well,
Nicely
give me
done.
likes.
BB-28 will be back in action soon. The kid's a real trooper. Stay the course, Sam.
Heads up, Sam. Got a fresh order for you from a certain mountaineer.
What?
It'll take you to a region not yet covered by the chiral
Again?
network. Suffice it to say, this is a chance to change that. Look into it as soon as you can.
Good work. New order available. Please access.
What order? A photographer. Oh, all the way back down there. Interesting. Hang on, let me see what this is. What's that?
Oh, you're gonna love Power Gloves. They provide a major boost to arm and grip strength. If you're scaling a cliff with a rope, you'll be able to make your way to the top a lot faster. You'll also notice a difference when lifting heavy cargo. And that's not all. Ever take a tumble down a steep slope? You probably tried to slow your descent with your hands, right? Well, if you've got these on, you'll be able to stop yourself that much more quickly. Just promise me you won't try punching someone, okay? That's not what they're for.
Huh. Power gloves. Oh. How are these things different from the Johnny Silverhand gloves? Let's see. Greatly enhances the power of the user's left hand. Climbing using your hands will not drain your endurance gauge. Easy to stop yourself from sliding. Climb ropes and ladders more quickly. Pick up cargo. Punch more effectively. Okay, how's that compared to this? Gloves cover with spike-proof grip and hand function. Stop yourself sliding as long as battery power. Climbing using your hands will not drain your endurance gauge. Climb ropes and gloves. Pick up more cargo. Punch and throw more effectively. It doesn't say. Okay, hang on. Let me look this up. I want to know what the difference is between Death Stranding, Power Gloves versus Silverhand. There we go. Silverhand is a reskin Power Glove. They do the same thing as exact same description. Silverhand empowers the left hand only. Also Power Gloves. Make it even more powerful. I tested them both fighting mules and demons. Power Gloves, I tested them both fighting mules, demons, and with Power Gloves on, I was hitting harder than with Silverhand. Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk, yeah. I'm trying to figure out statistically what's the difference. Because the description in the game doesn't really tell me what the statistical difference is. Let me see. Is there a wiki that wiki Silverhand? Death Stranding. Power Gloves. Silverhand. I want to see what the wiki mentions about. Throwing gradual recharge. He went flying and left a trail of smoke. Gravity gloves are really good utility. Okay, so apparently Power Gloves enhances both hands equally, whilst the Silverhand is stronger than a power glove, but it only enhances left hand punches. Huh. And eventually I get something called the gravity glove, which I'm not going to look up what the gravity glove does because I want to learn about the gravity glove normally through the game. I think I'll stick with Silverhand for now because, you know, Johnny Silverhand. Teehee. Right, let us get out of here. Unless... Wait, no, I want to... create some zip lines, so let me do that. We're gonna do it right now. Or at least get started on creating the zip lines. Okay. Oh, by the way, while I'm just going to share memory chip data. Hello, Deadman. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Oh,
Hope you're doing
this
okay.
will be right at home in my collection.
But we're doing some delivery. Happy deliveries right now.
Thank you for your contribution.
Felt like streaming on YouTube after streaming on Twitch so many times. Right, there's a zip line there by some guy named Anas. I wonder where I should put my zip line down. Let's try to figure this out, chat. Don't build a bridge here, I don't know why.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
We're gonna deliver this back to where this belongs to. Good. I'm glad I'm beautiful today. Nah, I've actually been feeling really low energy all week. I was supposed to do a Fansly stream this week, but my stomach hasn't been feeling good. I haven't been feeling good. Alright, so you know what? If I don't feel good enough to do a Fansly stream, I can at the very least do a YouTube Death Stranding stream and hang out with you guys. Okay, let me try to see if let me try to see if this thing can connect anywhere. If it can, then it's worth me connecting to this and using this guy's zip line for my own purposes. If it doesn't connect to anything, then it's not worth using. See? It does link up. Okay, in that case, that links up to that. Then from there, I should be able to eventually link up back to Kylon. Okay, we are going to use this guy's zipline. So back to the Mountaineer and build. Come on, get off of fucking. Thank you. God damn it. Oops. Well, one good thing about the bridge being there is that it marks where the mountaineer is. Okay. So let's see about building.
Verifying ID.
Oh wow. So I'm put a bridge on the other side as well.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Wonder why this bridge is here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons restrictions lifted.
You see the package? I need it. We need to grind the mountaineer reputation. So, give me that, please. Thank you. Ah. I'm also gonna grab those metals and dump it by the mountaineer.
Weapons detected. Weapons restrictions lifted.
We need to build as close to the mountaineer as possible while still allowing you to see. Zipline. Structure detected nearby. Excuse me, this fucking thing is awful. Get rid of that. You're blocking my fucking zipline. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Okay, I want to. How high should I put this? Put it up here. The higher it is, the easier it'll be to link this up with any other zip lines I might happen to want to link up to this. So, yeah. This allows me to very easily link this to any zip line I want to build in that direction. So, let's put this here. Hi, Epic. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Alright, that's done. Now, we come here.
Construction complete. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Let us. Deliver lost cargo. Alcoholic. Deliver silver alloys. Please deliver this to the owner for me. Thank you.
Delivering cargo.
Yeah, today we're doing hearty deliveries. It's been a while.
And thank you for coming. I got a lot of respect for you and your work. Hell, everyone does.
Nice. Right.
Here's hoping you don't run into any trouble out there.
I hope so too. Right, let me store some stuff here. These ceramics. Anything I want to break down here? Nah. I'll just recycle the ceramics. Recycle this for me, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution.
Something I need to do. Buddy bot. To me.
All the best to you and yours.
Let me grab this. Where Mr. Hello Mugen. Thank you for... Wait, hang on. That's not what I wanted. Thank you for giving me a bike. The bike is now being abandoned. I have no more need for your bike.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Have a pleasant journey.
Let us take this back. We're going to make sure to perform upgrade works on these things first before we actually take the story mission. Okay. This doesn't link up to anywhere, huh? So we're gonna have to build our own zip line from here. Let's get back home. And prep to build. Ooh, a PPC-2. Don't mind if I do. I'll definitely use this. And you know what? This truck right here? I'm gonna use this too. Hello, Mitchell. Welcome. A bit with mom and a twin. Not too much. I've mainly been just grinding reputation with everyone around here. Alright, I need to figure out how to link that with the terminal down here. Okay, this is difficult. How do I get it to see each other? It's right there. Where else? How do I try to build it up here? I still don't have baby yet, and I'm currently trying to advance my story stuff. Can I see the... line from here? Let's try. I see level 2. This belongs to someone, but I'm gonna use it. Sorry. But I need to use this by myself. I can see. In fact, I can see multiple. Okay. What if I build it somewhere that's slightly less dangerous? No, now I can see Kyla. No, over here I can. Right over here. Obstacle detector and zipline spot. Okay, there's no way for me to avoid that obstacle down there, but it's fine. Right, we're going to put this zipline right over here. Perfect. Now we're going to get upgrade materials for ziplines. We need how many? Kylon's is level 2. This is going to be level 1. And that is a level 3. And that is a level 1. So we need 480 special alloys and 240 chemicals per upgrade. So we need that times 3. Okay, let's go.
Construction complete. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontamination soon. All clear. Welcome to transport of bridges.
Alright. Let me put my stick gun on. Okay. Right now. Let me double check just to be sure. 420 chemicals. I mean, 240 chemicals. 480 special alloy. Okay. Let me see here. I have 2 of these in storage, so I need to claim 1 more. And as for chemicals, I also have 2 of those in storage, so I need to just claim 1 more. Okay, claim. Store them on the truck. And materials. With this. And this onto the truck. And yeah. Deliveries have been going well. Mostly smooth so far. Before I leave here, I need to check something. The Mountaineer. Do you have any places that want to deliver to you? Nope. God damn it. That's annoying. Grinding his reputation is gonna be really difficult if he has no areas that deliver to him. Oh, worry about it later. Now we're just going to...
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh god. God. Fucking check! God damn it. Move. Up the fucking mountain. God fucking... Turn. God damn it. How did they build a truck that has such awful handling? Fuck! Yeah. God damn it. Okay, fine, we'll go around. Motherfucker. God fucking... Okay, here we go. You having fun there? Mostly fun, aside from getting annoyed by shitty truck handling. How's it going, by the way, Jonathan? Hope you're doing okay. Right. Upgrade this for me, please. Thank you. Can I hit the bed, Lucky? Okay, good night. Sleep well. Good night. I'm probably gonna have to carry these on my back. Can I carry that on my back? No. Shit. Okay, what if I move all of these to the buddy bot? All of these move to the buddy bot, and these carry on my back. Can I carry these on my back? No. Really? Well, fuck you then. Okay, what if I only carry 2? Okay, I can carry 2. The other 2 I'll put on the buddy bot, I guess. You doing well? I'm doing mostly okay. And unfortunately, not been feeling well this week. Really low energy. I wanted to do fansly stream this week, but I haven't been able to.
We caution.
Low energy, stomach wasn't feeling good, you know. It's hard, you know how it is. It's hard for me to feel horny and sexy when stomach doesn't feel good. But other than that, I'm doing okay. Alright. Customize. Let us fly to here. Okay, here's a question. Is this in the middle of BT territory or no? I don't know. Let's try. I don't know if... Oh wait. Okay, that's fully upgraded, I forgot. Okay, we go up this way now. Oh god damn it. No, wrong button. Come on. Get up there. Okay. Right away. Are you the same Jonathan I saw on Cass's stream? Are you the same Jonathan? Because I feel like I've seen your name around before. Did I see you on Cass's stream? Or was there a different Jonathan? Yeah, it's you? Oh, okay. Welcome. Okay, this zip line belongs to someone else, but I'm going to upgrade it for you, whoever you are. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. Throats a little bit. Just let me drink some water while waiting for this to upgrade.
Structure upgraded.
Hi. This is the first time I'm upgrading someone else's structure. Can I customize it? Ooh, I can! Oh. Okay, let's put a delivery bot here. Right. Now let's go and fly now to our destination. You're also from a clay nation. Oh, okay. remember seeing it around. I just don't remember where. I'm really off on memory. Don't worry about it though. If I forget where I've seen you, it doesn't really mean anything. I just generally have awful memory.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Why the hell do people keep building fucking
Beginning scan.
light bridges here?
Verifying ID. Weapons restrictions lifted.
There has to be a reason. It's because this is where they built the... This is where they built the zipline thing. Oh. Oh well. It's fine. It's fine.
Beginning scan.
Okay. I need to wait here for my buddy bot to catch up.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
So
Sam,
let us take a short break here. You're seeing me from both groups. Yeah, I'm also in the Flame Nation. Nearby facility. What? What do you mean it's heading to a nearby facility? What? What do you mean? Hey, hang on a second. Buddy bot? Get over here. Can you not get up here, buddy bot? Are you unable to pathfind up here? Shit, if you're unable to pathfind up here, that means I have to go and retrieve you. Or at least retrieve the stuff you're carrying. I'll wait up here for a minute. See if the buddy bot can catch up to me. Shit, it can't catch up to me, huh? Okay, you know what? We're going to go and retrieve the stuff from the buddy bot.
Lifted. Have a pleasant journey.
Up, and up we go. Right. Oh god damn it! I keep pressing the wrong button! Fucking context sensitive buttons! I swear! Going this way. Now down here. Lots of shit down there, but we don't care. We don't care. Okay, where are you, buddy bot? I need you. Okay. Come on back to me. Actually, you know what? We'll go over to that zipline. It'll be easier for the buddy bot to get to us. Over there. Actually, wait, no, that's quite far. Fuck. Okay, change the plans. We're going back. Over here, buddy bot. I need you. Come give me this shit. Right over here. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Get over here. Come on. This area is like BT zone. I'm scared when I don't want to move. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Okay. Give me these two. Carry my back. Okay. Right. Now let's get out of here. I like my voice. Oh, thank you. I need to improve my voice though. My voice could be a lot better. I've been very blunt voice. And down we go. Right. Right. Let us upgrade this. Yeah, I have a very blunt voice. I'm trying my best to make my voice sound clearer and less slurry. Alright. Let's mess with the structure. We're going to customize it.
Danger. Danger.
Green. Rapataki is. Hi. Now we're going to. I know we technically need to take a mission from here, but before we take the mission, we're going to go on a short side trip. Just a minor detour. We're not going to take very long, just about 5 to 10 minutes. Right. We're going to go that way. Okay, hang on. Buddy bot? Why there's a buddy bot? Buddy bot, where the hell are you? Really? You can't climb up the mountain? Huh. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Follow mode me again. Motherfucker! We can only go so far before it crosses into loot territory. What do you mean loot territory? I'm not loot. What are you talking about? There's no lootness here. We're wholesome. Chat. Super duper wholesome. Well, now we're going this way.
Beginning some weapons restrictions lifted.
People have so many abandoned trucks everywhere. In fact, that abandoned truck is sliding down the hill. This way. This way. I'm quite proud of the network I built. Hang on, let me check something. That doesn't connect up to that, huh? Is it too far? Yeah, it might be too far for this to connect up to that, unfortunately. Oh well, it's fine. We can eventually get there anyway. Ooh, special alloy? Don't mind if I do. And alright.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
There's a reason why we came here, chat.
Clear. Weapons detected.
And technically it's not to check in with the terminal, but I'm just going to do it anyway. Just in case they have something. Oh. What? Made some deliveries. Right. Way station. Weather station. Novelist son. The doctor. Nothing worth taking. Oh well. I'm just going to have a couple of bots make some deliveries for me then. Anything that's worth a lot. There are these two. Off you go, bots.
Deploying
And is there any standard orders I can take? No. Alright. Alright, now we'll do the thing that we came here to do, chat.
Keep on keeping on.
We came here to
Rest is advised.
bathe in the hot springs. What? I can't bathe, really? Fuck! Oh, god damn it. Really? I can't bathe during timefall shower? Okay, hang on. I have an idea. Shit. I need a PPC 1. Give me 1 second. And my backpack was ruined. Fuck! I need to make another one. Shit! Shit! The bot's on his way, but I need to make one anyway, so I'll make one here. And I'll withdraw materials from here. Claim materials. Could you give me 400 metals, please? Carry on back. And now I will... Is there anything in a private locker? No. Any PPC 1 here I could use? No. Well, fuck you then. I'm going to fabricate a PPC 1. Carry on my back. And let me see here. Oh, my ceramics and metals are a little low, so you know what? I should grab these things from here. Offload them and recycle all these things. Recycle these for me, thank you. working on something? Hope it went well. Alright. Now that it's done, now we can
Thank you for your contribution.
get back out. And we are going to create a time for shelter here.
No can do, Sam. Structures can't be built that close together. You'll need to settle for a different spot outside the sensor ring.
Hang on. I need to build a time for shelter so that people can
Weapons restrictions lifted.
other structure detected nearby. A bridge that's going into a fucking wall. Dismantle that. Fuck off.
Structure dismantled. Beginning weapons restrictions lifted.
Right. I'm gonna use this time for shelter to force the game to pass time.
Construction complete.
Now, upgrade this, please. That fucking thing is playing music. Hang on. Hang on. This postbox is playing music. Fuck off! Your music is interfering with the ambiance.
Structure upgraded.
Right now, customize, and I'm going to put a goose here. Yes, goose.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridge weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
Wait.
ID.
Did the fucking rain stop while I was window building that? Really?
All clear.
Really? You motherfucker!
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
God fucking damn it! I just spent resources building. You know what? Fuck this shit! Fuck this shit! I don't fucking care! I don't fucking care! Gah.
Baban, baban, ban, ban, habiba, no, no. Baban, ban, 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 habiba, viva, viva. Baban, ban, 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 habiba, no, no. Baban, ban, 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 habiba, no, no. EU dana, ahahan. EU dana, ahahan. Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. The reason why we came here is because this hot spring basically functions as a full rest. Stamina is completely full now.
Rest is advised. Keep on keeping on.
Right. Now we go and do our mission with our full stamina. I know technically I really should make a new raincoat, but I'll do the mission that we're on now and then I'll make the raincoat after. Wah, 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 wah. Yes, laugh it up. Laugh it up, chat. Laugh it. The fucking me getting debated by the fucking game. Oh, wait. Kylon, you have a zipline right over here, which means I can... I didn't know that that was your zipline, Kylon. Let's go. Wait, can you not connect to anything? Kylon! Kylon! Your zip line is in the middle of nowhere! What? Really? It connects to nothing! Fine, we'll just go around. Now we go down here. Hang on a second. Now we go here. Oh, hang on, I need to check my... Wait, I'm going to the wrong one. Fuck! It's the wrong one. Fuck! Oh well, nothing I can do about it. Let's go. By the way, Cass, Lucky described to me your weird spaghetti sauce with eggs thing that you're eating. Sounds disgusting. Lucky described your spaghetti sauce with egg on garlic toast thing that you're eating and yeah, sounds disgusting! Disgusting! Come here. Ooh, a mountaineer. Dang. I need that. Come here. Hi. Sounds good to you? Fried egg on a pan pastel. It was very yummy. Really? Sounds disgusting to me. Disgusting. Okay. Made garlic cheese bread. Oh, the garlic cheese bread sounds good, but the spaghetti sauce on with a egg crack on top? No, thank you. No, thank you. Now, if it was pizza with tomato base and an egg on it with a bunch of other ingredients, then yeah, that I can understand. That I like. But just spaghetti sauce with egg on top? No, that sounds disgusting. Let me take a short wash and bake. I'll be right back, chat. I will try to speedrun this though. Well, the game delivers the lost cargo. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. Speedrun.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, thanks for dropping by. It sure is good to see you. I got a lot of respect for you and your work. Hell, everyone does.
I'm back, chat. Coming back. Udai pen is better. Well, it's between 5-minute lunch or 30-minute lunch. Oh, okay. Well, I guess if it's just something, you know, quickly throw together, then I can understand that, I guess. Alright.
Here's hoping you don't run into any trouble out there.
Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness and then we'll
Good work.
do
New order available.
story delivery.
Please access delivery terminal.
Okay. Okay. Now I need to recycle these metals. Please, thank you.
Delivering cargo.
Okay. I remove break time. There we go. Right, so now we are going to take this delivery. They need me to go to some guy named the photographer. I have no idea who that is. I'm not sure about. How's the weather forecast? Alright, if we follow the river, we might not have to deal with rain at all, so. Except water. I'll leave everything here. Carry on my back. Right.
Thank you for your contribution.
Off we go.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
That one. We're going to go back to the mountain city, pick up a truck, and then head down to the photographer. That sounds into the plan.
Beginning scan.
And here we are.
Restrictions lifted.
You know, it's kind of crazy how much heavy snowfall degrades equipment. Well, what's my equipment like? Yeah, so much of my shit is already going to break. Check the food channel? Oh, okay. I will check it in a second. I want to go and retrieve the truck first. And while waiting for my bot to catch up. Also, thank you, Kyla.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Safe travels.
Okay. Garage. Get my truck out. Hi.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
And I'm going to put the photograph into the truck along with this PPC. Feels like something is missing. Handgun, non-lethal, anti-PD gun. No, that's correct. Oh, that's right. Now I'm just going to wait for BuddyBot to catch up, and while waiting, let me see what Cass posted. Oh god. Wait. Oh wait, no, that's cream-based sauce, isn't it? Wait, no, what the fuck is this? Wait, no, that's dessert. This is poached egg in tomato sauce? I'm not sure how I feel about this. Poached egg tomato sauce? You know what I would do? I would just have the egg on its own and put the tomato sauce with beef and bacon and whatever on a bread and call it a piece of it. And what's this? Coconut cream pie, blueberry ice cream, and chocolate. Why did you put it all on the same fucking plate? Coconut, blueberry ice cream, and chocolate. Yeah, why do you mix it all together? Oh god. Why? Why? Why would you do that? That's spaghetti sauce and you push it in it so that it gets the flavor. Yeah, why? No, why would you do that? That sounds disgusting. Disgusting. Tastes good together. It's not my kind of flavor. I'll just leave it at that. Feels like I'm forgetting something. The bowler gun. I accidentally put the bowler gun on the bot. Oops. No, I didn't mean to put that on the bot. This is meant to be carried on my back as well. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. Now we drive. Also, it's all going to myself. Yeah, I would put the sauce on bread.
Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey.
Put the sauce on bread, and then have the egg on the side. So you can have a piece of bread. Oh, the egg will be on its own. Ooh, that's a nice charger. Thank you. And the white sauce. The white sauce is ice cream. Blueberry ice cream. Sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Yeah, I just realized something. Hang on. Is there anything for me to pick up here? A lot of junk. People who drop shit. Okay, hang on. Alright, let me put my stuff in safely into the truck for now while I pick up all this junk that people drop. And to return all the loot to people. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know you can look that far down. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. God fucking damn it. What about over here? There we go. Oh, what the hell? I said get over fucking here. Thank you. Can I reach him? Nope. Can I reach it? Yes. Come here. Alright, all of this junk going into the truck. And how close to go? Why would someone drop a non-lethal assault rifle in there? Your brain just stopped it. So, cheese and oh, okay, yeah, that sounds more like it. Delicious breads, cheese, bread with tomato. That turns it into pizza bread. So yeah, that actually sounds nice. I would eat that. I keep forgetting that the doctor has something for me, cargo present for Sam. I'll get it later. We're going back up the mountain anyway. Chat! Remind me to get the stuff from the doctor later. Who the hell parked their fucking bike in the middle of the fucking road? Asshole! Anything worth getting? Doesn't look like it. Oh my god, how much people drop their shit here? It's too far away for me to grab it though, so sorry. It's Kyla's? No, it wasn't Kyla's, it was someone else's bike. There was a different name on the bike. Fuck you! Right, now we need to go this way. What? Why? Why is there all this junk here? Stun bomb bowler gun. Oh my god. Where did all this come from? Well, a lot of people are about to have their stuff delivered to a weird random location. Oh, thank you for this. Don't really know what the point of the watchtowers are. Feels like it's a wasted structure. Bye, bot. You can't follow me yet. But don't worry. Well, I'll pick you up later. Ooh, Mountaineer package. So, This guy was here all this time, and I just didn't see him.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Ooh, wow. Lots of mountaineer stuff here, huh?
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Give me a second. Wait right here. I'm gonna pick up all those mountaineer stuff. So much mountaineer stuff here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Give me that. Give me that. Can I reach it from here? Please tell me I can. Fuck. Okay, you know what? Is there any way I can get down there? Here? Ah! That didn't happen, chat. You didn't see that? Now can I? I got it. No, that's not what I want. Now can I reach it? Yes. Yeah, get over here. Y'all saw? Y'all saw nothing. Yes, y'all saw me expertly navigating this difficult terrain. Yes, yes. Get up there. You see that, chat? You see how I did a running pickup of a chemical?
Scanning bridges ID.
See, I'm pro.
Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Pro delivery man, yes. 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 Wait, stand up. Hang on. I should just do deliver request a cargo. This all complete. Delivery bots at the same time. Happy
Delivering
deliveries.
cargo.
Anyone home? Yeah.
You're from Bridges, right?
Who the hell are you?
Don't have anything else for me, do you?
Eh?
No? Okay. Never mind.
That's all I was sent to deliver.
Never thought I'd receive a delivery in such excellent condition.
Were you expecting something else?
Hey, I have a favor to ask.
What?
It's kind of a long story, but he used to conduct field
Father's
research in
camera?
the area. My father believed that the key to understanding the Death Stranding was hidden here, somewhere in the caves and strata. But he passed away before he could complete his work, leaving me to
Caves?
finish what he
Why?
started. And not long ago, I found something amazing. I was sure it was what my father had been looking for, even if I couldn't see how it related to the Death Stranding myself. What I needed was an expert opinion, someone who could look at what I'd found and tell me what it meant. So, I grabbed my father's camera and set out to document my discovery. Took pictures of every last detail. But on the way back, I spotted a group of armed men and I panicked, dropped everything and ran like hell. Thankfully, they never saw me, but when I stopped running, I realized the camera was gone, case and all. I've been trying to pluck up the courage to go and look for it ever since. But then, I remembered that the cargo tag was still on the case. And I figured, you being with bridges and all, that you might have a way to pinpoint its location. Please, I'd give anything to have it back.
Oh,
I'm gonna put in the order.
anything?
Please understand, that camera means everything to me. Until I know it's safe, I can't think about anything else. There's a terminal there you can use if you want to get started right away. Here.
Right.
It's what I'd take if I were going myself. Knock yourself out.
Right. I'm sure I can think of something
New order available.
you could give me for risking my life like this. Mm-hmm. Fragile cargo, recovery from terrorists. Okay. We're not gonna do this right now, chat. Instead, we are going to deliver to the mountain. Instead, we are going to go to
Sam, the order's been posted.
the city nearby.
Take a look at the delivery terminal.
We're going to go to the city nearby first. And then we're gonna rest. Once we rest and refresh, then I have all my equipment ready, then we're going to attack the terrorists again. Why is there even a special alloy in the middle of fucking nowhere? Yeah. Okay, all this lost cargo. Load it onto the truck. Isn't? That's not worth taking. Somebody probably just dumped it off over the side.
Keep on keeping on. Good morning, Sam.
Random just done anything of blood puddles in the soul game. It does have a similar effect, doesn't it? Although, in the case of this game, it just means that someone's been there and they decided to litter the place.
Scanning bridges. Verifying ID.
And I don't know why.
Weapons detected.
Okay, actually, buddy bot. Come to me. Okay, we're going to rest first. What? Oh. The thing is over there. It's in a private room.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
I'm gonna rest, make sure that our backpack has a rain cover again. Yeah, energy back. Make sure everything's prepped, and then we're going to be attacking some terrorists. We're probably going to end up clearing the entire terrorist camp again.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Timefall shelter? Ah, nobody cares about a fucking timefall shelter.
Nice.
EX grenade number 1.
Did I really drink that much? I don't remember drinking that much. Yeah.
Nice.
Grenade number 2.
And finally, shower.
EX grenade number 0.
Nice refreshing shower. It's unfortunate that we can only customize a room when we build a safe house, you know? You can customize the room in cities. It'd be nice if we could. Oh well. Time for more. Well, now more than ever, we need combat trucks. Because we're about to go into battle. Hang on, the person I was looking for stopped. Let me see who else I can look for now. Gonna look for you. Green private one. Cheers. Right. Put on hat. Check. No new mail. Right? Oh wait. There's something from Bottas. Couldn't stay away, huh? Glad for punishment, I reckon. Then let me bore you a little more. Blah blah blah. Drone system dependence. Blah blah blah. Humans don't want to stop being human. Mankind's last ditch attempt to retain the sense of self. Humans become BTs. Humans cause vital. You die by a whimper. Maybe our next step should be to try and make the singularity happen for real. Get rid of us once and for all. I mean, I don't actually think that way. You know I don't, but I almost see the logic in it. What's the mission? I mean, blah 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 blah. I need to come back as BT and stir up trouble. Better be rid of the flesh, don't you think, Sam? Isn't the BT based on the soul rather than, you know, the flesh? So, you're likely going to come back anyway. Statue of the Ludens, symbol and mascot of Kojima Productions, went straight to the master craftsman at Prime 1 Studio, who created this jaw-dropping masterpiece. Okay. Based on theories of Dutch thinker Johann Huizinga, and the idea of Homo Ludens, or a man who plays. Huh? Let's all keep playing so that humanity and what? Johann Huizinga? Who the hell's that? And what the fuck did he say? Watching Tinker play no stable version. Tinker? Sounds familiar. Version of Legacy ended 7 days to die. Humans days are naked and stuff. Cows replaced with cute cows. Model love pretty doggy though. Aw, that's unfortunate. They couldn't figure out a way to make the models look sexy. No model replacers? Compared to the mountaineer, people are meant to stay cooped up inside a living place forever. It's not natural. Exploration's in our DNA. Blah 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 Africa. Blah 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 toughest father. Blah 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 blah. We stagnate. As a species, we might even regress. That's why we can't hold up in the cities. There's a whole universe beyond us clouds that I'd love to explore someday. Blah 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 blah. I can't use it together. There's no P we can summit. Well, your love of your life is currently purgent. She can't move. It's all naked. It just don't look as good. I'm used to it from say Skyrim. Lol. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Hopefully, they'll eventually figure out a way to create moderate places to make everything look schmicky, even the zombies. Right, you can have schmecky zombies rather than just a undead walking flesh eating virus. You can have horny virus, where the all of the infected want to beat you down and fuck you instead. Mm-hmm. Right, let me get the raincoat. And wait, was there more? Color scheme. Okay, let me give rid of that. Okay. And off we go. Time for us to do a terrorist destroying mission. Or at the very least, I would hope that the Hue cows are, you know, sexy cowgirls with huge tits. Not comically engorged tits, mind you, but just, you know, rocking pair of tits. That'd be nice. Right. Now, time to do inventory management. Let's have bots go. Yeah. Me. Right, let's see. Metal and resin to the novelist's son. Metals to the mountaineer. Ooh, I want to do that myself. Well, so we'll keep that for myself later. Remind me that that's there. Special alloys chemical. 3, huh? Right, bots, go. He DM'd me the mod with pictures. Okay, I'm not going to show chat pictures. Oh my, that's what they did to vultures? Wait, are the vultures much harder to hit because, you know, the character model is that huge? Right, don't entrust those. Everything else. Please return this to the owners. Hitbox is fucked on the vulture. Yeah, I imagine it's the same as back when I played Raft with Foxley, and I had the Gura Shark model. The hitbox on the shark was so fucked. I had to learn how to hit the shark with that wonky Gura model. With the messed up hitbox. Speaking of which, Foxley and I might play Subnautica someday soon. Let me check standard orders real quick. Anything going to the Mountaineer? Okay, there's only one going to the Mountaineer. Everything else is... yeah, and everything else is just... meh. Oh. Good luck, lol. Yeah. Yeah, but Foxy and I are thinking of playing Subnautica together soon. Apparently Subnautica has a multiplayer mod, which might be fun, but we can't play it just yet. Because, yeah, I'm gonna be busy with a lot of Avatar work. I told Foxy that we might start playing like within the next couple of weeks. And Foxley sounded very interested. Once I'm finally done with Pathfinder, I'm going to get started on the Avatar upgrade work, and then once I'm started on the Avatar upgrade work, I'm going to see if I can loop streaming Subnautica with Foxley into my schedule and stuff. I have to see what I can do, yeah? Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Why is there a fucking climbing ink over there? What the fuck? Someone's ceramics is flowing away. Hang on, that's important. Ceramics are a very important research, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright, good night, Cass. Thanks for dropping by. Sleep well. Alright. Let's prepare to
Scanning bridges ID.
attack
Fragile
some
order
terrorists.
Please access delivery terminal for
Don't mind
further
what you just
information.
DM'd me. Why, what did you just DM me? Might be deliveries. Wait, you just DM me. Oh my. Oh wow, that's a lot of pictures. Ah. Oh. Oh, I see. Hope you had fun, guys. Okay, so let us go and take the camera retrieval mission. That was very tasty. Alright. Cargo shelf. Wow, there's a lot. Riot shotgun? Rubber buckshots. The riot shotgun fires rubber bullets? Oh! All of this we're gonna put in private locker, but the riot shotgun gonna carry on my back. Get out? Yes. I still have not earned the ability to craft my own shotgun. That's a 9.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Right. I'm gonna cross the river over there by the northern side. And then we're going to attack the motherfuckers. Thank you for the charging station. Right. Now that I'm connected to the current network, I'm going to retrieve my bot. Hey bot. Meet up with me, please. Right. Let's prep our equipment. We have handgun, non-lethal assault rifle, and the riot shotgun. Right.
Have a pleasant journey.
Acceptable. I see you, motherfuckers.
Sam, did you find our missing cargo? Huh. It looks like someone's carrying it around.
Really? Someone's carrying it around? That's annoying. Fuck, that means I can't run him over. Shit! Okay, you know what? I'm gonna fight around this. Engage automatic firing mode. Right. Right. Time to attack these motherfuckers. Oh my god, how much did it take to fucking knock him out? Wait, hang on. That guy can be knocked out? Oh, damn it. Shit! Out of range. Do I have to get closer, really? Fine. Fine, I'll get closer. Come on, assholes. See you there. Okay, perfect. Nope. Fuck you. Alright, here they come. Fuck. Oh god. Oh, okay. Those machine guns are gonna be a slight problem, but it's fine. We'll take them out one by one. Fuck you! And... Fuck you! And... Fuck you! Right. Let's run. Why is he standing in the water? Hang on. Fuck you! Wait. Oh shit. They're coming from behind. Fuck. Hang on. Fuck you! Yeah. Cover. Wait here and hi, bitch. Bot, you're in the fucking way. Get the fuck out of here. Shit. Fuck you! The camera is getting away, but it's fine. We'll pick it up later. Fuck. Is there anyone coming from behind? No? Okay, good. Oh, hi. You're crossing the river, huh? Fuck you! Alright. We're gonna get the truck now. Hi, Brass. Welcome. How's it going? swap of main weapon to right shotgun. It's times like these where I wish I could have the battery on me. Sadly, I can't. Let's go. Come here! Fuck you! Fuck you! Okay, whew. All bad guys are dead. We need to go back and get some charge though. Ah. Aye. Thank you for this, by the way. Boink, boinkling. This was helpful. Alright. Time for me to loot. Chemical, ceramics, omni-reflectiveness, special alloy. Oops. Get on the truck. No, I'm not kidding. It's not time to breed me. It's time for me to, find breeding stock, yes. All these motherfuckers who tried to attack me. Yeah, they're all going to be dragged back home. Alright. Let me see if I can find anything here. I have a non-lethal assault rifle 3, so it's not worth it for me to take that assault rifle 2. Alright, let's see what else I can find here. Open sesame. Bunch of stuff for people. Load those onto the truck. Those are going to the novelist and we don't care about that. Don't care about that. A whole bunch of special alloys, which would be good actually, so we're taking that. Anything around here? Ceramic. Oops. Oh, the truck, okay. Don't worry, guys. You see all those guys over there on the water? They're just sleeping. Yes. Just sleeping. You're fine. chemical? Yeah, over there. Okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the water. Give me that. Give me that. Give me the camera. Chemicals. Chemical. Hi. Since we're here, we might as well raid the other safes that the terrorists have. See if they have anything worth taking. Might as well. Launch the truck. There we go. Hi.
Out there, Lou. I'll see you soon. Hey, Lou.
Ah, damn it, I can't grab it through the wall. Damn. Ooh, ceramics. Definitely worse.
I need to stay without you, kid.
Pressure alloy. Thank you. Now we're going to check out the second safe that these guys had. Right over there. Open up, please. Alright. A bunch of stuff stolen from people? All out of that. Research documents to the novelist son. North, nah, we're not taking those. Alright. And only one more safe to check out. Down this way. The charger I built is still here. Not entirely sure if anyone's ever going to use this, but oh well. And where is the... There it is. Oh, suddenly I'm seeing a lot of special alloy. once we check this final safe, we'll go and turn in the quest. Open it. Yeah, look at all these stuff that other players dropped. Wow. All of these used spare magazines and blood bags. Yeah, I'm gonna leave these here. This isn't worth taking. Materials, chemicals and special alloy. Thank you. Alright. Let's go. We have a camera deliver. A slightly waterlogged camera, but oh well. A little water never damaged any camera, right, chat? Ooh, a sticky gun. That's worth taking. Let me just go and grab it for what's his face? That is a... Wait, I didn't know this was here. Wait, did I find this before? Wait, I did find this before. I don't remember finding this. Oh well. Ah, let's rest.
Ba ban ba ban 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 habiba no no ban 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 habiba biba biba ban 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 habiba no no ba ban 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 habiba no no EU dana EU dana That's the stuff. Oh hell yeah. Now this is living. Oh hell yeah.
You know, I kind of wish that I could play with those rubber duckies. Unfortunately, we can't. We can only look at them while they flop up and down in the water. Alright, let's get out of here. I completely forgot about this hot spring. Apparently, I found it before.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo
Happy.
verified. Thank you.
Happy deliveries! Someone ordered a camera? Don't mind the slightly wet case. It's fine, trust me.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I was afraid I'd never see it again. Oh, thank God. It looks exactly like it always did.
See, told you, Jared.
Oh, you don't know what
A little
this
bit of water
means.
never hurt the camera. Or more like a little bit of getting dunked in the river. Never hurt any camera. Yes, yes. Oh, who's you?
It was my father's idea to move all the way out here. He thought he could get to the bottom of the Death Stranding all by himself.
Here?
And we were right behind him.
In the middle of nowhere?
But
why?
Look where it got us. If you hadn't come along when you did, the camera would be gone, and all our hard work would have been lost before anyone had a chance to see it. We can't let that happen. The world needs to hear about this. Someone out there will know what it means. So, connect us up. We want to be a part of the UCA.
Okay. Welcome to the network. Hope you don't regret it. Finally, they're teaching me how to shotgun. Ew.
I truly hope our work will help to make a difference. Thanks again. I hope we get to meet again before too long.
Oh, we will.
Sam,
I'm gonna
it's
be
Harper.
grinding your rep.
That camera you recovered contains some fascinating footage. The
Did
data
it?
stored on it was automatically shared with us after you added the photographer's shelter to the network, along with her father's research materials. Anyway, my lab still doesn't have a high-speed chiral connection, but I was able to check one of the images against a database at HQ. Based on my preliminary calculations, and the photographic and documentary evidence in our archives, I would estimate the paintings to be in the region of 30,000 years old, if not older.
Wait, what? Paintings?
The artists
Cave
were
paintings?
likely Neanderthals or other precursors who were migrating across the continent. See the dolphin-like creatures there? At the time, the cave would have been situated even farther from the coast than it is now. So how could the artists possibly have encountered dolphins? Answer: they couldn't. It is my belief that they had a brush not with dolphins, but with beach things. And that would mean the Death Stranding is not the first phenomenon of its kind. That
Really?
it has happened before. Since the birth of our planet, countless species have gone extinct, from bacteria to dinosaurs. Scientists refer to the largest known mass extinctions as the Big Five. But there have, of course, been many other extinction events, albeit on a smaller scale. What if the artists were trying to document one such event, that of their own extinction? It would be the first record in Earth's history of a Death Stranding. And it would also lend credence to my theories. The sooner you come and connect me to the network, the sooner we'll know. Just imagine the mysteries we'll be able to solve. I'll be waiting, Sam.
There were previous Death
Wonderful news,
Strandings?
Sam. BB-28's vitals are nearly within optimal operating parameters. Just before I called, it opened its eyes. It was looking all over, as if searching for someone. And then, our eyes met. For a moment, I think. I tell you, it was almost enough to make me want to keep the kid for myself. Anyway, I still need to run diagnostics and make adjustments as needed. However, the fluctuating local chiral levels could pose a problem. Think you can bring one more site into the network? Once you have, and once I have subsequently confirmed that AB is functioning reliably, I'll release it into your custody. This is the last step. I promise. Just one more
Really?
site. That's all we should need.
One more
Good
site?
luck.
God.
Good work. New
You want me
order
to do
available.
so much shit?
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Sam, I see you received a mail from our Mountaineer friend. Seems he's got an order for you. Might be good to give it a look.
Mountaineer? Oh, when I saw the title saying me and my wife are good but we need a little something, I thought it was the pizza guy again. Apparently not. Much for the count up, but not part of it. Things are better that way. I have a friend nearby I would like you to deliver something to. Could you drop by when you have the time? Oh, okay, so I must need to go all the way back up there, huh? Okay, I was planning to go there anyway. What do you have? Junk dealer, way station, Mountaineer, mule fragments, Mountain Knot City. I'm gonna send these bots out. Off you go.
Deploying
While I'm here, I'm going to
autonomous delivery
do
bot.
that mural delivery for her first, and we'll take the delivery to head up to the mountain. Well, of course, we have to stop by the distro center as well. One thing at a time, though. First things first. Mural fragments. Delivery time. Within 3 minutes and what? 48 seconds? How? Suppose I could try. Oh, okay. Within 20 minutes, okay. I assume the within 3 minutes and 48 seconds thing is for S rank. Get out, yes.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Where are you? Get on here. Right. Should be easy to reach. Okay. One photograph there. Where's the other one? You're both there, huh? Alright. Come on. Oh, come on. Gotcha. Gotcha. Right. Let's go. It'll take too long to go around. We're driving across the water. Come on. Come on, give me S rank. Oh, triple S rank. Legendary S rank. Come on. Come on. And
Clear. Weapons detected.
happy deliveries!
Locked until the
Happy fucking deliveries! Can we throw the fucking photographs into the fucking delivery chute? I want to store all these here. Nah, we'll store at the distro center.
delivering cargo.
Right.
Oh, you're here. Good. Impressive as always, getting here so quickly.
S-Rank? Yes, S-Rank. Shotgun level 2. I want to try to get to shotgun level 3, or at least try to get the Raptor level 4 before I start crafting my own shotgun.
Look, it's kind of pathetic, but I got you a little something.
What?
I understand if you don't want it, of course.
You guys are giving me the shotgun. It's really good. Well, risen. Okay, yeah, that is pathetic, but oh well, fine. We'll load onto the truck.
I hope we get to meet again before too long.
Good work. New order available.
Standard order. Deliver precious meter from analog age. Nah. Okay, we'll deliver Mountaineer's repaired camera.
That firearm can be loaded with hematic rounds. It's fitted with a dot sight as well. Should improve your aim.
Load onto the truck. Alright, let's head out.
Order assigned.
Is there any places with cosplayer, junk dealer, distro center, Mountain Knot City? Okay, we're going to head towards the mountain, towards the distro center first. Grab deliveries from there. We're also going to drop off most of the junk that we picked up. And then once we picked up all the stuff over there, we'll come back here, make a delivery, and then we will head back up towards the mountain. Thanks again for this charger here. It's really helpful. Hey, let's go. Metals? That's worth picking up. Come here. might as well pick up that PPC as well. Why not? Can get some likes for dropping it off at a distro center. Okay, let's go. And we're back on our own.
Keep on, keeping on.
So for a charge, and let's go.
Beginning scan. Safe travel. Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons.
I really do hope that my
Decontamination search. All clear.
avatar upgrade project that I'm gonna do soon
Bridges.
goes smoothly. It's gonna be a month-long project. Although I hope to not stop streaming for an entire month. It's gonna be difficult. I have to see what I can do to, you know, make things efficient and move my project off-stream work around. I had mentioned that I was thinking of possibly streaming the work, which might help. I have to see. How much of the work I can stream with you guys, so that you guys will still get to spend time with me, and I get to spend time with you guys. You guys can chill and chat with me while I work on stuff, and I'll put on some nice, comfy music as well. I got lots of likes. Equipment check. Everything is still good for now here. My plates need to replace soon, but that's fine. Wow, the sticky gun's about to explode. So, give it a sticky gun. 2 blood bags were used. Recycle those 2. I'm going to recycle a little bit more. Chiral crystal. So then I have some reserves here. Recycle this one, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your continued support.
All right. Private locker. I should have a bunch of blood bags, right? Yeah, 2 blood bags. A utility pouch. Confirm. And a sticky gun. Please. Thank you. Alright. Now, let's check on orders. We have a bunch of metals to be delivered to the Mountaineer. We'll take that. Anything else? I need to go to the doctor to see what he has for me. So you know, we'll take some deliveries for the doctor. I can see a spider on my curtain. He's on the other side of the curtain. The sun is illuminating him. Oh well. It's fine though. We don't really have large spiders around here. Yeah, we have small spiders. Let's go. Wait, hang on. I just realized something. I wanted to get something for the photographer. Right. Photographs of pre-stranding will. Grab that, please. And load up. Right. Now we go.
Order assigned. Beginning scan. Present journey. Keep on keeping up.
Okay, first things first. We need to rush to the photographer, and then after that we'll rush to the doctor, and after that we'll go to the mountaineer. Let me check something about the mountaineer. Does mountaineer have any quests from some collector, cosplayer, way station? This was sent already have it. It also has something from the mountain, not city, and the doctor. Okay, so I'll pick up all those along the way.
Keeping on.
Now I see why people travel off-road here. It's the only way to get to the photographer.
Don't worry, kid. Hey! Anyone? Hello?
Okay, we're gonna stop here for a charge, and we'll continue on. Charge. And off we go. Alright. That's the item collectible. I wonder what's the use for that.
Beginning scan. Scan on present journey. Verifying ID.
Happy
Weapons
deliveries.
detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Alright, I have more of this I need to deliver, and some of them are time sensitive.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. It's great to see you again. Never thought I'd receive a delivery in such excellent condition.
Shit, not level 4. Oh, nothing I can do about it.
Look,
Really? More resin? Supposed to load it on the truck. Hopefully the truck can take
I hope we get
all that junk and the stuff I'm intending to take up.
Good work.
Standard order? Right, I'm already doing it. Okay. Well, okay. Let's get out of here.
Be careful, Sam. And come back.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh. So many people safe house here. Okay, normally I will want those chemicals, but we can't stop. Gotta keep going. Thank you for the bridge, Mr. Moss. Wait, this is a bridge over nothing. Oh. Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Closest thing you can find to a rat. What about a rat? God damn that fucking bike. Eh. Why the hell did someone park the bike in the middle of the fucking road? I say. Why do you need a rat? Is there a rat around?
Keep on keeping on.
Oh, look at all those resources I can't pick up. Materials routine. Really? How? I didn't pick up anything, did I? Eh? I think I missed a rat. Did I? Well, if I did, it's probably not important. It's already left my memory.
Beginning scan. Weapons restrictions lifted.
God damn it. Hey. Varnish the mouth. I too. Gotta reach over nothing. Oh, is it? Mr. Rat or Mr. Moss? I don't know. I completely forgot already. I wiped his name from my memory because he built something completely useless.
Beginning scan. Safe traffic on bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Happy deliveries!
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Anyone home? Excuse me, let me drink water.
Delivering cargo.
Hello, Sam. It's a pleasure to see you again. A man who understands the importance of punctuality. I like that.
Well, lots completed. Alright.
So, by the way, I came across... You're more than welcome.
Yeah, more blood bag. Yep. I stored in the truck, please? Thank you.
Do remember not to neglect your health.
Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Good work.
Let's see here. Any bots? What bot is this? No, listen. Nah, nothing worth taking here. Let's see here. Large consignment of fuel. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. Let me see. How much? That is a lot. How am I gonna do this? I have an idea, but I'm going to need the bot here. Right, now that I'm here, I just remembered the share cargo. What did I get here? Lost cargo? Eh? Oh, here. Painkillers and rare whiskey. Wow, who found my cargo? And got it here. Oops. Well, I don't know who got my cargo here, but oh well. Can I check? Can I check the player list of the cargo? Oh no. No. I wonder if it was a bot who handled it or if people actually delivered this for me. Don't trust. You know?
I must say,
Good work. New order.
Before we continue, where is my bot? There. I need you to come to me.
Please access delivery terminal for further information. Safe travels.
don't do anything to our weapons restrictions with the hood.
While waiting for my pet to come back, I'm going to do some inventory management because this delivery I'm about to do is going to be slightly difficult. Oh, hang on, I see a photographer item there. Come on. Come on. Now we go to Mountain, not City, and inventory management time.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Decontaminating sector.
No lost cargo. Special alloys here are very low, so all of these special alloy. They almost completely filled it up. That's good. Resins are all low, so we'll recycle one. Everything else is good for now, so recycle this for me, please. Get the fuck out of here, bitch! Actually, wait, I forgot. I also wanted to recycle some Coral Crystal. I'm gonna make sure that I have some Coral Crystal reserves. Alright. Now, let's see. I'm going to put a whole bunch of stuff into the private locker. All of this. Right. Now, bot deliverable. What is this? Mountaineer. Doctor. Nah, I'm not going to send up bots.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, I have a feeling I'm going to need to take cargo on a floater. Put that away. Wait. Did I actually cancel? No, I didn't, right? Right? Yeah, I didn't actually cancel. Right, fabricate. Where's the floating thing? Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Is it here? Floating carrier. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna need one of these. Load onto the truck. Mountaineer. Premium delivery. Load onto the truck. You know?
Order assigned.
Excuse me. Welcome back, Kylan. How the delivery's going? I'm trying to see if I can do a difficult delivery.
Have a pleasant journey.
a time-sensitive heavy load delivery. I'm not sure if I can. I'm going to test it out now to see if I can actually pick it up. If I can't pick it up, then I'm going to have to figure out something else. Hope everything went well, Kylon.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Happy deliveries.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Let me see here. Floating carrier level 2. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
And now let's see if I can. This is enough cargo space. Time sensitive large consignment of fuel. Is that premium delivery? It's heavy cargo load, that's fine. Now, can this all be loaded onto me and the carrier? Oh god, that's way too much. Fuck! How do I do this? I could load it onto the truck and try to drive the truck up. Yeah, we'll try. We'll try. Let's go. Let's go. Time limit set. Detach carrier and we'll just carry this. I have no idea how I'm gonna drive a truck up there. Well, we're gonna find out together, chat. Oh yes, it went very well. That's lucky, yeah. All the heavy things can fit in one truck. Oh, time sensitive, yeah. Time sensitive and large consignment, so this is very difficult. The one bright side is the fact that shit. Oh, fuck. Puzzle Crawler, thank you so much for the subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
I have an idea. I have an idea of how we can do this. Chat. I have an idea. This is what we're gonna do. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. We are going to first grab 2 PPCs. I'm going to put all of my guns away because I don't need this. Put those onto the truck. Right. I have an idea. We're gonna use PPC level 1s to do this. This'll be easy. Don't worry, chat, I know what I'm doing. Oh, 900 meter away, color space. Yeah, yep, I know. I'm not sure about the distance Wait, this is only 700. But you know what? It's fine. We're gonna be safe. We're gonna be safe. Alright, so this is what we're gonna do, chat. We are going to put stuff in private locker. All of this stuff for delivery. We're gonna put it in the private locker, and then we're going to transfer all of it one by one. What? There's a limit of how much stuff that can be placed in a private locker, really? What? Shit. What? What? Oi! What? What do you mean I reached the maximum amount of stuff? What the fuck? How much stuff can I put? Shit! Where's the bot? Where the fuck is my bot? Okay, the body bot is quite near. I'm going to be doing everything I can to try to carry as much shit as I can. Offload? Okay. Attach carrier. You can take one carrier with you on when you fly. So, the fuel is the important one, so let's get as much of these onto the carrier as we can. Shit, that's the max. Load on the truck. Carry on back. Can I not carry more? Fuck! Confirm. Hang on, let me look up something about private locker space. Private locker limit. Post box level 1 can hold 60 items. Really? 16 items. 16. Okay. Let me see. Can I just place this into the fucking... God damn it. Hang on. You put the backup fuel on you. Load capacity reached. How about this much backup fuel? More? 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 No, okay, that's load capacity. Okay, okay, now that that's done, can I put the rest into the fucking private locker, please? I can. Okay. Okay. These I'll leave it in the truck. I don't mind if I lose these, but the mission items, we need to make sure I don't lose them. OMG, you can hear the spinal compression. Ah, it's fine. I'm fine. Okay. Oh my god. What the fuck? The fucking carrier dropped all the shit. Wait, where's the last one? There's one more. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. God damn it. No! Open cargo menu. Fuck! Oh, this is fucking impossible! Low on the carrier. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Go around and come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Let's go. You can hear the spinal compression. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm wearing an all-terrain support skeleton. It's fine. Fly. Go. Alright. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Come on.
Clear. Weapons detected.
Come on.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Come on. Okay, okay, okay. Now,
Sam Bridges. She's a strange bird.
I don't need to talk to you right now. I need to access your fucking private stash.
She's doing? Well, it's out there and then some. And we're talking straight up occult stuff, though she wouldn't be very happy hearing me say so. And she claims she's delving into the mysteries of the cosmos. Anyway, I found this rock out in the mountains with a handprint on it. And when I mentioned it to her, she got all excited. I honestly don't know what kind of close encounter she thinks it signifies. But I was wondering if you could bring it to her for me. And joining the UCA has opened my eyes to a few things. Like how there are all these people out there trying to make sense of the Death Stranding in their own way. And sure, her ideas may sound like the ravings of a lunatic to me, but they clearly mean something to her. I'd like to help her out. With your assistance, that is. You'll find an official order on the terminal.
Okay. Now, put everything into private locker. Okay. Okay, now we run back.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yeah, come on. Wonder how the bot got so far up there so quickly. Oh well. I have to wait for him to come back now. Get back here, bot. Now, we need to... all of these carry on my back. Now I just need the bot to come back. I need to meet up with it somewhere. How the hell did you get all the way up there? What the fuck? Shit. Okay, we're gonna have to go to the... other... This one here. This one here will be good. Wait, I forgot. There's a bunch more stuff I need. Hang on. I've got to grab stuff from the post box. Fuck. Hang on. Open the damn post box! God damn it! Why? Is the truck in the way? The truck is preventing the fucking post box from opening. Hang on. I gotta move the fucking jack! There we go. Okay, private locker. Um. Cargo. Offload. Oh, how do you get here so fast? Okay, attach carrier. Okay, Right, you, bodybot, transfer everything onto that carrier. Okay, now, I need to grab anti-camera, these two, and carry on back. Okay. We're going to make 2 more trips. Let's go. I swear, if I don't get fucking legendary S rank for this, I'm calling bullshit. Fair enough, Norman, you just can just yank Kaine and get your body comes back. Peek out if they winded. We don't actually know if he gets a brand new body or if he keeps his injuries somewhat. Team by everyone, Jeff. Off we go. Right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until
Come on.
cargo verified. Thank you.
Right. Now. Everything. Put in. Private locker. Okay. Okay, now we need to do one more run. And we should have everything.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Have a pleasant journey.
Alright. Let's go. Okay, right here. Alright, one more trip should be enough. Just one more trip. Just one more fucking trip. Can I load all that into the carrier? Yes, I can. Okay, double check the truck. Is there anything on the truck that I need? No? Okay, let's go. If this doesn't give me a fucking triple S ring, I don't know what the hell would. Nah. You can't actually drive up here with a truck. It's fucking impossible. And you have to travel through a BT area as well. Just been caught in infinite death loop. Some kind of recreation clearly going on. The save stated where when you can replicate. Weren't there handprints or something on the other side? Yeah, it's complicated. I don't try to understand what's going on. But it's handprints and everything.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Alright. Alright, we're here. We're here. We're here. Happy fucking deliveries! Okay, now everything in the private locker. Offload. Deliver everything. At one fucking go. Let's go! I swear, if this doesn't max out my fucking rep with this guy, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed.
And thank you for coming. Delivery was right on schedule. Nice work.
Some fuel's damaged, but don't care. B? You motherfucker! You know what I had to go through to get all that shit up here? What do you mean fucking V? What the fuck? I call fucking bullshit! What is this? 18 cans of fuel? Premium delivery out in the middle of fucking nowhere up a goddamn mountain, and I completed it in what? Half the time? And you give me a fucking V! You fucking asshole! No, fuck you! Fuck you! Give me that fucking ass! You motherfucker! Gotta give me damn ass like this. Yeah, that's more like it. You fucking bitch! Give me that damn ass! Yeah! I'm pissed. Fucking motherfucker, I swear. Look at all the junk I had to do. I got for you in one go, and you
By
give
the
me a
way,
fucking
I
pay.
got you a little something. It's not much, but if it makes your life easier.
I shove a dildo up his ass, I swear.
It's been a pleasure.
God fucking damn it. Yeah.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
What fucking standard orders you have, bitch? Recover core resistant material during losing living? Well, fuck you! This bot is gonna deliver this.
Autonomous delivery bot.
Yeah. What's this fucking order for Sam? Hmm? Spiritualist. Deliver to snowy mountain area, huh? What type of cargo are we delivering? Stone fragments. Hmm. This is gonna be difficult, but oh well. Right, let us go and grab our stuff from my truck. Oh, how good or bad are cargo catapults anyway? I always wonder about them. I'm gonna take equipment with us. You guys talking about the handprints? Knowing Hideo Kojima, there's a very high chance that he actually gets more handprints every time he dies, but you kind of start with a bunch of handprints anyway, so who knows? My hand is ruined. Fuck. Okay, let's prepare for hey. Yeah, let me get rid of that pulse box. We don't need a pulse box anymore. Mental structure ish. Thank you, Mr. Pulse box. You sent me well, but we don't need more.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
We're going to go on foot for the next mission, and it's unlikely we'll encounter any BTs.
Condition full. Replacement is advised.
Maybe. Let's see. Actually, no, there might be a BT area. So, okay, we'll plan accordingly. Let's see, first things first. We are going to put this into the private locker. Special medicine for the photographer. I'll do this later. I'm gonna store this for now. All of this, I think we'll leave it behind. This, carry on my back. Sticky gun. Hang on tool rack. My hand is destroyed. My bridges boots is destroyed, so my all-trained skeleton is still good, but it's wearing down. A bunch of Omni reflector boots. Fabricator, which command high price. Then British boost level 2. Essential collector's item. That increase. Bumpy landings. You know, I'll put on some British boost level 3. Cargo catapults are nice, but they only go so far. You know, does launching the cargo catapult put a parachute on the cargo? Because I'm wondering if the cargo, you know, it's smashed due to you launching it. I think they're a little kind. Seems like the little kind of detail Kojima would be totally into. Adding more handprints. Yeah, he would, wouldn't he? Fabricate equipment. I think I'll go for a silver hand. Put it on. Right, on footwear. Everything here is good. Yeah, I think the skeleton is still fine. You deploy parachute on a cargo before it hits balls to get damage. Oh, you control the parachute. Interesting. Right. The truck gets stored.
Storing vehicle.
Along with the guns in it.
Thank you for your
Alright, that should do it, I think.
beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
That truck is being better. It's fine.
Have a pleasant journey.
A little bit of rest now, everyone. Should I bring... You know what?
Decontaminating suit.
We have plenty of metals here. I'm going to bring some metals. I have a locker. Yeah, we have like a 1,000 metals here. I only need 400 for what I want. So 400 metals, please. carry on back. Okay. I noticed something about the trucks. The trucks seem to break down very quickly when you go away from it. More so than normal. Does it feel like that? The moment you step away from the truck, it just starts disintegrating.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Thank you for the zipline, Karen.
Beginning scan.
Bring the heavy snow weather and get back to the truck. Really? Feels more like the heavy snow weather deals like 5 times the amount of damage to the truck when you're not around it. That's what it feels more like. What do you mean you can? Where the fuck did? What? Where the fuck is the buddy bot? Oh. What the fuck is it doing over there? Follow me, god damn it! I'm too far? But how do you even get over there? I'm currently moving towards it, what the fuck? Are you coming or not? Yeah, you are. Okay, thank you.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
How's this bike looking? Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm sure it's fine.
Porter Bridges.
Right now, let's take this water on. It's a lot of large. This might be a problem. Let's see if I can carry it on my back. I can. It's a little bit. It's a little bit worrisome, but I can. Okay. And 400 metals carried by hand on the left side. Right. There we go. Better. 100 metal carrying back. PC carrying back. Okay.
Sam,
Oh,
it's just like the one at South Knot
Mom.
City. A vortex loaded with so much chiralium that it's almost off the charts.
what?
Slowly but surely, it's creeping closer to us here in Mountain Knot. At least that's what I think, but I can't see it. Not with the naked eye. But the data doesn't lie. It's the same temporal phenomenon that you told me dropped you in a war zone.
Uh-oh.
I told you. But that wasn't.
The Cupid's limiter can handle most chiral spikes, but we didn't plan for another supercell.
Another supercell.
I told you it was the same as before.
Mama, is that you?
Yeah,
You
it
got
is.
me, Sam. It's been a while. But not really. Mulligan, Locke, no. We're the same. One body, one mind, one being. There's no point in trying to draw a distinction. Not in this world. We're all connected. Remember that.
Order assigned.
There's gonna be another boss battle, isn't there? That's the game's way of warning me that there's a boss battle. It's gonna be a problem. Oh, let's go.
Thank you.
I wonder if we should take this bike out. You know what? We'll make use of this bike. Well, take it as far as it'll go and then see what happens. Never hide. Right.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This is a bike that I was using earlier, but I kind of abandoned it. Here. So we're gonna use it now. We'll see how close we can get before we have to worry about BTs. If we do have to worry about BTs. Okay, Bog, you're gonna have to leave me now. I'll see you later. Oh god, this is... This looks like it's even worse than normal. This is... can't see shit. Is this a whiteout? I'm not even gonna bother trying to go for anything. I'm just gonna go in. Oh fuck. Can't see shit. I'm not gonna be able to scale this, I have to go around. There we go. Is it always this bad around here? Oh my god. Okay, we're close. I'm gonna abandon the bike and make the rest of the way on foot. We're here.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Come on.
Cargo verified.
Oh,
Thank you.
happy deliveries. Ah. Okay, so bringing the metals was a waste, but oh well. If I can, I'll just recycle them here.
Delivering cargo.
Sam Bridges, I've been expecting you. The Mountaineer told me all about you. This handprint you brought me, or stencil as I prefer to call it, is a vital clue. It hails from an era long before the dawn of human history. I'm going to date it and lay bare the cause of the Death Stranding. And when I do, all the secrets of the cosmos shall be revealed. Did you know this mountain used to be a pyramid in ancient times?
Wait, what?
It's true. You won't find a place closer to the beach than this.
The entire mountain was a pyramid?
wellspring,
What?
A source of untold power. How else do you think that chiral network of yours works? But I digress. Show me the stencil. Thank you. It's in excellent condition.
Oh, thank you for immediately joining the network.
All right, connect me to the chiral network.
Your snowstorm didn't even tip. Yeah, I know, right? This bitch. Sir. And then now she demands I give her my G's. So that she can benefit from all the hard work I'm doing. At least she could let me fuck her. Warm me up in her body. Zero's now connected. Alright.
Now I have everything I need to date the stencil. Once I have my results, I'll share them with you and your colleagues at Bridges. You've done a good thing, Sam. If you find anything else, be sure to bring it straight to me. I'll be waiting. You should take this. I'm certain that it will be of use to you in your journey.
Oh. Ooh. Is that a new charm? Just charm. Love not? You figure out what that does later.
Until we meet again, my friend.
Sam, it worked.
Hmm?
BB-28 is in excellent condition. No evidence of lingering attachments or homesickness either. Perhaps its memory was erased after all. All that remains is for you to hook it up and take it for a run. I was hoping to return it to you as soon as possible, but I don't want to. I mean, I do, but it's a little more complicated than that.
What?
What?
We've got a problem. You may have heard about the massive supercell heading right for Mountain Knot City.
Yes.
I left my facility to perform some additional tests on the BB in the field. And now I find myself unable to return. You know the cabin on the mountainside, northeast of Mountain Knot? Let's meet there.
Okay. Kylon. Kylon, I have a question. Does the mission that's coming up result in a boss battle? You can tell me. Because I'm trying to figure out whether I should end now or if I should get BB, because I want to get BB back, but I won't do this mission if it if it's going to throw me into a boss battle, because I was thinking of ending the stream. I'm going to be doing some construction for a tiny bit, so you can let me know. Let me see. Vogue. Oh, God damn it! Really, 7. I might do those off stream. Yeah, I think I'll do those off stream. I saw you, Mr. Using washroom. I'm going to go see Dead Man to get BB back. Not gonna guess. Something special. Does it result in a boss battle? That's what I need to know. Because I need to know whether I can do it now, or if it's going to result in me going on a wild tangent or to a boss battle, and it's going to take me a while to complete the mission. If it's a mission that's going to take a long while to complete, then I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm going to do it next time. Yes, sir. It results in a lengthy mission. So, okay. Since it results in a lengthy mission, I'm going to do more specifics. Any kind of... Just let me know if it results in any kind of lengthy mission or boss battle. I could probably do it in under 13 minutes. It's not a boss battle? If you die, maybe 1 hour. Then I'll save it for next time. Sounds like it's something that's going to be complicated. So I'll save it for next time. It's not a very hard one, technically speaking. I am playing on the hardest difficulty setting, so I don't know how it's going to affect the difficulty of a new boss or whatever it goes on. So it's fine. We'll save it for next time. Next Death Stranding stream. I'm just going to do some basic construction and more than likely some rep grinding off stream, and then next time we'll do the cabin meetup. I'll also do this order for Sam off stream, more than likely. The BT Lion Mama boss fight was the hardest way you fought them. Well, I don't like to cheese, so I prefer to fight fair and square. Okay, so yeah, since what's about to come up might be an extended mission, we're going to take our time and instead we're going to do some construction. God. That's the super cell? He wants me to go there, huh? What the fuck are you doing all the way over there? Yeah, idiot. Okay, I need 3 PPC2s, don't I? as a supercell? Yeah. Well, we'll figure out what that's all about later. I mean, next stream. But now, let me craft some PPC2. Hi. Put mine back. Let me recycle some Chiral crystals. I don't want this place to be at 0 Chiral crystals. I definitely need to create a
Thank you for your continued support.
zip line here. I don't have to walk here again.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay. I see a zip line across there. I need to connect to more than likely across there, so let's see here. Wow. Yeah, zip lines all over. Outside perimeter of construction. This should be good, I think. There. Right. Now that's done. I need to... this zipline connects to here. Let me see if one zipline is enough. If only one zipline is enough, then that's good. I can keep the other PPC too.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Complete. Weapons detected.
Let's see. I'm gonna put this down for now. Come to me, buddy boy. I kind of wish you could see where the zip lines connect to. Alright, let's see. Yes, and damn, this doesn't connect to anything. Which means I have to build my own second zip line somewhere. I could try to build a zip line to connect to the zip line here. Let's go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Alright, grab the PPC2. Pull my Turak, okay. Let's go and try to create a zip line so that I can come back here easily.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Where's the bike? Did the bike explode? Oh no, there it is. Yeah, bike. I'm surprised you're still in one piece. Oh, storm. So let's try to see if we can get a zip line up. The zip line would be very useful if I can make it work. Oh god. Someone said build a zip line here, huh? Let's try to see if I can. Oh, yep, it connects to everything. The question is, do I want to build up the top of the mountain? Yeah, if I can build it on top of the mountain, this zip line will be able to go in all directions. So, let's try to see if I can build it up here. Somehow get it higher. Actually, you know what? Fuck it! Fuck it! Fuck it! Not gonna bother! Not gonna bother! We'll build it right here. Build it right here! Oh my god, I can't even see! Go home. Actually, wait, hang on a second. I want to check something. I saw a different pathway for the zip line. Was it somewhere else, or? I want to at least spot where the third zip line was. Oh, is that one? At the top of the hill. Okay, yeah, I don't care about that. God, it's storming here as well. hope I can get back into the town. You're not gonna lock up the town for me, right? You won't be that mean, right? Hi.
Clear. Weapons detected.
Oh, that sounds terrifying.
Contaminating. All clear. Well done, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh. Okay, we're gonna rest. Let me send my bots out for delivery. And I'm gonna rest and call it a stream here. Bot, please deliver this for me. I'm gonna grind some rep off stream, and then next Death Stranding stream we're going to see what's up with him. There are a lot of zip lines surrounding him, so I'm fairly confident I can build a zip line heading towards him from any direction. I could go here, climb down, go there, climb down. Any different ways I can get to him and build a zip line out, so we'll leave that for next time though. I need to remember to upgrade these 2 zip lines. This will be important, but yeah, can do that. Let's rest. Am I going to be good for Pathfinder Saturday? I've been occupied. Yeah, I'm fine. I did run Pathfinder last week just fine, didn't I? And also, like I mentioned, all of the endgame stuff for season 1 is already completed. In fact, the end for season 1 has been ready for like 3 weeks now. If I want to, I can just do some minor tweaks, but all of the stuff is done. So, yeah, sure. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to run Pathfinder. I wouldn't miss Pathfinder for the world.
EX grenade number 1.
We'll see how you guys handle the remainder of the boss battle and the fallout from it. I don't think there'll be enough content to fill up 4 hours, because most of the stuff that I'm planning is going to involve season 2 content. Like, I could see you guys going in 2 different directions, and if you go in one direction, I need to start preparing for that, and that's definitely season 2 content. If you go in another direction, I need to prepare that, but that's also definitely season 2 content. So most of what tomorrow's gonna be is the remainder of the boss fight and then the fallout.
EX grenade number 0.
Hoping you don't kill the king, but with Corjum, with Corjum already planning how the hell he's gonna get to the king, you don't think it's gonna be possible? Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Watch the wider. Oh, gee, that would have been helpful before I walked into it. You motherfuckers. Yeah. I'll read the mail next time. On to end for now. Let me put on some music. Okay. Everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Whether you're looking at chatting, I love you all. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you guys next time. As usual, Saturday at around 3 p.m. EDT. We're going to be wrapping up, well, finishing up the conclusion of season 1 of my Pathfinder campaign. We ended up doing a 2-parter for the final episode of my Pathfinder campaign. You know how it is, right? Every time the show has a season finale, the season finale is either a 2-parter or the first part is at the end of one season and then the second part is the start of the next season. In our case, the 2-part is going to be the end of our first season. And it'll be streamed over here on YouTube. I hope you guys look forward to it. I will post the announcement on Discord as usual. Be sure to check out my socials. You can find all the links down below in the description. Other than that, thank you everyone for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. I love you all. Hope everyone enjoyed your time here, and I hope to see you guys next time at the Roost. Let's see. Let me do this. As usual, thank you to my extra mile supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Club, Ras.gov, Oxy, Maka for always supporting me and giving me your big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky Shoe, DJ, Cass, Director, and Dova for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see, is there anything I have to mention? Oh yeah, remember to hit that like and subscribe button and comment down below. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm after all. And as I mentioned earlier, next week I'm going to, since my Pathfinder campaign would have concluded, I'm going to be entering Avatar upgrade mode. Streams might be a little inconsistent or weird next week. I'm going to try my best to try to get the initial stages done within probably 2-3 days. But I will let you guys know how I think the process is gonna go. Hopefully it won't take too long. And hopefully nothing goes wrong. The most important thing is that nothing goes wrong. I'm always worried whenever I try to do big avatar upgrade. This avatar is going to be essentially remade for the most part. At least my face, my entire head portion is going to be remade. So that's going to be a little bit yeah, there's going to be a little bit difficult to do. It's gonna be a little bit time consuming, and yet that's only the first step. After I remake it, I have to test it, make sure everything works, and then after that actually get it ready for a tech upgrade, which that itself also requires more work. But I will let you guys know on my Discord as usual. And other than that, I think that's it. Alright, good night everyone. I love you all. Oh, also, in the middle of all that, I'm thinking of possibly starting Subnautica stream with Foxley, but yeah, I will let you guys know how that's gonna go. That everything hinges on how smoothly my avatar upgrade goes next week. So yeah, wish me luck, Chan. Wish me luck. I hope it goes well, but yeah, I'm gonna head off now. Good night everyone. Bye bye. Oh, every time I have to do an avatar upgrade, I always get nervous. Nothing I can do except get to next week and then actually start the project. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.